Before that, actually, I need to reroute the SCU. It's coming in between my safety tether.
Okay. Take your time. Make sure it's right.
So, my safety tether out. Coming out.
And Sultan, once you get out and set, your next step is to receive crew lock bag 1 and stow it if you want to do that right now. Otherwise, you can leave it temp stowed for translation adaptation.
It's right here.
I can go receive it.
At 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, UAE astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati has egressed the hatch, the first ever spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. Another good look at both of our spacewalkers here. On the right, you see NASA's Steve Bowen with red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit. That'll help you tell the difference from him and Sultan Al-Nayati, who's on the left side in an unmarked suit.
And Steve, while he is working crew lock bag 1, just want to let you know that we noticed that the wire tie caddy is not staying tucked to the IDA bag. Just wanted to put your awareness on it in case you want to tuck it in somewhere or add another ret.
Yeah, let me try and fix that again. I thought I had tucked it in when I pulled it out. It's a better place to tuck it.
Okay. Look back, still to my BRT.
Okay, copy, Sultan. You can now turn on your HECA.
That should be better.
See green LED hacker.
Okay, we copy your HECAs on, and just a quick note to congratulate the UAE for having their flag on an EMU outside the International Space Station for the first time. And gentlemen, you can get it set up for your buddy checks.
Thanks so much.
All right. Okay, so I see 2 green lights. I see 2 latches up. The 3 latches up, 1 is taped.
Yep, that's a BRT.
And I see your right space tether
Going to the airlock.
That one goes back to the airlock, the gate closed, slider locked on the small hook. On your red hook, the gate closed, slider locked, the red reel, which is unlocked, and the yellow hook, which is locked, gate closed, slider locked on the green reel, which is unlocked. To my white wave feather, which is gate closed, slider locked on me. So I see us in a good config.
My safer handles.
Check your safer handles again. To your left safer handle down. To your right safer handle down.
My hand is right.
Good
All right.
checks on Sultan.
Secures. See. It'll be Heka. WSE. On. The tabs up on BRT and mini workstation. Right. Safer handle is down. Your safer handle is down as well. Right, have your other gas closed, locked, black on black. It is connected to my anchor hook, both hooks. Get closed, black, locked, black on black. Right.
All right, my half is dry.
Left, have skip back. I see red, close black, locked, black on black. Okay.
I'll check those when I drop them.
Okay, cool. I think you're in a good config.
Thank you.
If your hat is dry.
My half is dry.
All right, nicely done.
My gloves are nominal.
Steve, your next step is going to be to translate out to the anchor hook location, up the CETA spur and out face 1, and you're looking for mile marker 5760. Sultan, you're going to hang out right there. Once Steve is clear, you can tend the thermal cover hatch closed as much as you can. Obviously won't go all the way, and you can perform translation adaptation as needed.
Copy that.
All right, heading out to mile marker 5760.
Steve, a reminder as you go along face 1, we have those tusk cables out, so just avoid inadvertent contact on the zenith and nadir CETA rails.
Understand, avoid the test cables. I'll be looking for them.
The astronauts have completed their buddy checks. Along the way, we heard a handful of acronyms that we'll continue to hear throughout the spacewalk. One of those is the HECA. That's the high-def EMU camera assembly, as well as the WVS, the wireless video system. Those will help us get views from the helmet cameras on the astronauts. Additionally, we heard the MWS, that's the mini workstation that's attached to the astronauts themselves, as well as the BRT, the body restraint tether.
All right. The top of the CETA, we're going to use the CETA cards.
And we copy, Steve. We see you out there. Just for your awareness, we have all the external cameras. We do not have your helmet cams yet. We're working the issue.
Oh, okay.
Right now, Steve Bowen has moved to the CETA cart. That's the crew equipment translation aid. Meanwhile, on screen here is Sultan Al Nayati. He's working to close the thermal cover. The main hatch on the Quest airlock will remain open in case the astronauts needed to ingress quickly at any time. As this is his first spacewalk, he also has a little bit of extra time to get used to maneuvering outside in the vacuum of space.
And Steve, we see you getting toward 5760, and you're going to be placing the anchors just nadir of 5760. The first handrail you're going to be looking for is 3011, and that's the one that is straight up and down.
Okay, 5760, I'm at that mile marker. All right, 3011. That's what I'm looking for, correct?
Affirmative. On 3011, you're going to drop your anchor hook, EV1 anchor hook, ensuring the gate closed and hook locked.
Yes, stand by. Okay, EV1 anchor hook. 3011. It is closed. Lock on block, it's locked. The green reel is unlocked.
Okay, good word, Steve. You're now going to go just inboard to the diagonal handrail 3217, and you're going to put Sultan's EV2 anchor on handrail 3217.
Okay, handrail 3217, EV1 anchor hook. An EV2 anchor hook. All right, I have EV2's anchor hook. Gate closed, final lock on 3217. Now feed pending back to the airlock.
Okay, we concur you guys are in a good safety tether config, so with that, you can give Sultan a go to release his weight tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Sultan, you have a go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
All right, copy that. Releasing my waist tether from the center D-ring extender.
Steve, you can continue outboard toward S6. Reminder to give us a gauntlet call prior to crossing the Sarge. And your next step is going to be to drop your green hook at out on S5. And reminder that at the Sarge, you're going to translate zenith. Sultan, once you have your waist tether... Sultan, once you have your waist tether off, you can close the thermal cover.
Okay, copy that. Okay, thermal cover closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can now head to ESP2 for bag stow. And reminder, you're going to translate. You can either translate on the wagon wheel of the airlock across to ESP2, or you can go direct from the toolboxes over to ESP2 to the starboard side.
All right, copy that.
All right, my gauntlets are down. I am at the Sarge.
Okay, copy, Steve. And reminder, because of the angles everything's parked in, you're going to need to go zenith prior to crossing. And when you cross, you're going to have the non-radiator side of the IEA out your left side.
All right, my left side non-radiator. I see where I am.
And Steve, as a check, once you cross the struts, you're going to, the first whiff, you're going to see our whiff 2 and 6 and handrail 2203, and then you know you're on the right path.
At 2 and 6, I'm on the right path, and that's a great cue. Thank you.
Sure thing. You can just head straight out starboard now. You're going to be going all the way along that edge until you get to the S6 handrail 2003, which is going to be the first one on the S6 long spacer.
2003, first one F6, and that's where I dropped my green hook, I think, right?
Good words.
This view coming from the helmet camera of Sultan Al Nayati, the International Space Station currently flying.
ESP2, you're going to be going to the starboard side, just forward of that trunnion pin. The good news out there is that there's no NBL structure to get in your way, so you should make that corner nice and easy. And you're going to be looking for handrail 8007.
To that 8007, and I did notice that NBL structure here. Thanks.
All right, I'm at 2003, stopping to drop my green hook.
Copy, green hook to 2003, and just note the barber pole on the one side.
And I see it.
The space station currently flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, which we are getting glimpses of in the background of Sultan Al Nayati's camera.
It just continues straight outbound on that same path to S6 handrail 2009. That'll be with the IEA off to your right side. And a reminder, your left hand as you get out there is going to cross handrail 2008, and that is the one that has wire ties and MLI secured to it that we want to try to minimize loads into.
Understand, 2008, minimize loads. Okay, green hook. On 2003. It is gate closed, fire locked. Not that that matters on that hook, but it is. All right, put this key down a little bit more.
Yeah, good word, Steve. You're right, it doesn't need to be locked, but we'll take the belt and suspenders anytime. So you're just heading outboard to 2009.
I agree. Outboard.
And this video coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He continues to stow bags where needed outside the International Space Station. And his next main task will be to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint that will be used later in the spacewalk.
And Steve, that's you're passing that BCDU MLI right now on 2008, and that's what we want to try to not put loads in. I think you saw it as you went by.
I did. I slowed down, made sure I reached across it. And I'm at 2032 in 2009 now, so I'm at my next work site.
Copy. Yes, you are. You can stow the IDA cable bag right in front of you, and there's going to be an integral tether to 2010 on your left and another to 2032 on your right.
All right. I'll get that in work.
And then reminder, we are going to have another large, small adjustable from the lid of the bag over to 2032 as well. So there will be two connections on 2032.
Copy.
And Sultan, it looks like you have a good temp stow on the bag. When you're ready, you're going to translate back toward the airlock the way you came to go up the CETA spur, and your next stop is going to be the port CETA cart to retrieve an APFR.
Right, copy, port CETA cart.
And is it the inboard or outboard handrail parachute on 2010?
We suggested the outboard, and then for 2032, the one that's farthest away from you. But if you see a better way, just let us know.
All right.
And actually, Steve, I had that backwards. On 2010, we suggest the inboard, but again, whatever you need to get it tacked down tightly.
All right. Have it down on the inboard.
And Sultan, as you get up the CETA spur, you're going to be heading up to the port CETA cart.
That's copy.
And as you get up on phase 1 Sultan, that port CETA cart will be off to your right side. And a reminder for you as well of not touching the test cables.
Right, I got it.
Okay, I have one of the corners to 2032, the other corner to 2010, and the big hook on 2032 well, back to the top of the back.
Copy. Good config, Steve. And we will take a glove inspection and a HAP check and ensuring your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. HAP is dry. I'm checking my gloves.
Okay, copy, Steve. Then you can continue your tour of station, and you can translate back inboard to the starboard CETA cart to retrieve an APFR, and you will retrieve your green hook on the way.
Okay, I retrieve my green hook, head back to the starboard CETA cart. My gloves are good.
Copy, good glove check. And nice work, Sultan. And we can head to the up the CETA spur when you're ready. Nice work.
Copy.
Okay, stop and retrieve my green hook.
Copy, green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Views from both of our spacewalkers, now 53 minutes into today's spacewalk.
To the starboard CETA with 4, which is the top right. And note as you translate that, when you get there, there is 2 APFRs. There's one in the top right and the bottom right. We want the one in the top right that has the ingress aid.
All right, I understand.
Bowen and Al-Nayati are heading out to relocate an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. It's often used during spacewalks to help astronauts secure themselves in one location as they work on a specific task.
Stick together. Bring you my translation.
We copy the green hook.
And translating under the empty.
Copy, Sultan. And Sultan, as you get out to the port Ceta cart, you're going to be picking up the APFR that's on the bottom left. It's bottom left with 2, and that will also have an ingress 8 on it.
Copy, bottom left, left 2. The ingress 8.
10 seconds to a handover.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are in a satellite handover with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station as they continue today's spacewalk. Again, they are heading out to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint. Following relocation of the APFR, they will begin moving out to route cables and modify some multi-layer insulation on one of the modification kits preparing for installation of future solar arrays.
We're back with you after the handover.
All right, passing the anchor hooks.
Copy. And Sultan, we see you at the APFR. When you have a second, we'd like you to double check that the pitch setting is Papa Papa, and then we want you to not change the pitch setting when you translate. Not change the pitch setting.
Right, we'll check for Papa Papa, we'll not change it.
Sultan, that was an impressive fix. You have surgeon's hands.
Thank you.
All right, I am at the starboard Ceta cut. Get up on it.
Okay, copy, Steve. And you're looking for the top right, with 4. And we are going to have you keep that APFR in the width and adjust the pitch knob when you get there.
Understand. Top right with 4. Adjust the pitch knob while it's still in the width.
Yep, and first.
And I see Foxtrot on this APFR.
And Sultan, understand that you see Foxtrot.
That's affirmative, yes.
Copy, Sultan. Standby 1. Steve, for yours in width 4, we're going to have you leaving the APFR in the WIF, adjust the pitch setting to Fox, Fox. And Sultan, we were expecting Papa, Papa on yours, so we're talking about it for a second. And Sultan, we would like to have you adjust that pitch setting to Papa, Papa. So just the pitch setting, and you can leave it in the WIS if you'd like. So Steve, Fox, Fox, Sultan, Papa, Papa.
Copy. Fox, Fox. That should work.
We are now 1 hour into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have made their way out to the CETA cart, the crew equipment and translation aid, and they are both working on a separate APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. Verifying the settings are needed to be used later today.
Okay. This is Fox, Fox. All right, I have the APFR in Fox, Fox, and the pitch knob is locked and able to be depressed.
Those are great words, Steve, as you know. So you can retrieve that APFR now with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
All right, that's going to be in work in a minute.
Okay, have Papa, Papa, and this APFR, and pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
Let it to it.
As you both work those APFRs onto your BRT, big picture, you're going to be pretty synced up now. You're going to be heading out to S6. Just note we're about 5 minutes to a sunset if you want to set your visors accordingly.
Thank you very much, Sam. Copy.
Again, the crew members continue with the first task of the day, which is fixing the appropriate settings on these articulating portable foot restraints. They will stow those on their body retractable tether. The APFR will be used later in the spacewalk.
Same as before.
Copy.
And just to confirm, man, I was translating on the hands of the cart and released the brakes.
Yes, good words. And we'll also catch him on the end of the EVA. Steve's actually going to be back on this seat of cart to pick up the other APFR in a little later, but that's always a good check, and we'll always take it.
Copy, thanks. Without the empty.
Hey, the rest of the APFR is in the jaws of my BRT. The wave of Sultan as you walk goes by. Hey Sultan, how are you?
Good. I assume I'm good to translate ahead of you, Steve, right?
I think that's the plan, yep.
Yes, we were just talking about that. You are going to translate ahead of him, so you're going to continue outboard prior to crossing. You're going to cross where the anchor hooks are, and then a little bit outboard of that prior to crossing the Sarge. We'll make sure your gauntlets are in place, and you're going to be translating zenith from there. And so you're going to go kind of up face one and then across the Sarge.
Right, copy.
All right, keep an eye on my tether there as you go by it there, Sultan.
Thank you, Steve. I see it, and I see our anchor hooks.
Now that both crew members have the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, with them, they're heading out to the S6 truss where they will install those APFRs and prepare for the next task of routing some cables to prepare for future installation of new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, also known as IROSAs. These will be delivered later this year.
Man, my gauntlets are down. I'm ready to cross the surge.
Copy. And for both of you, it's the same translation path as Steve took out the first time. So as you cross the Sarge, you're going to come zenith, and then cross onto S4. And you should have the non-radiator side out your left side and the IEA out your right side.
And I copy, thank you.
Good night, Tom.
As you can see,
Can we confirm mile mark or handrail that we brought the help?
Yeah, Sultan, so before crossing the Sarge, we'll have you ensure your gauntlets are in place. And then you're going to translate zenith. And then when you go across the struts and you get to S4, have that non-radiator side out your left side. The first thing you should see is WIF 2 and WIF 6, and then handrail 2203.
All right, you're ahead of me, Sultan. You're on the right path. When you cross over, when did you cross over to the other side, Ann?
And I concur, Anne. I checked my gauntlets were down. I took the expected route, and I'm by the handrail 2103, heading outboard.
Okay, we copy 2103 and heading outboard. 2103.
as you can see, the
Sultan, when you get out there.
Our handrails for anchor hook, I see 2003.
Yes, so you're going to hook to your grain hook to 2004, which is one handrail outboard of 2003, and then two handrails outboard of that is where you're going to actually cross on the inboard side of the BCDU that's open. So the first thing you want to do, though, is get your green hook on 2004.
Right, copy. Green hook on 00. Can work.
This view from the helmet camera of Sultan Al-Nayati, United Arab Emirates astronaut, on the first spacewalk for an Emirati astronaut. Lighting looks a little different outside the International Space Station right now, as the station itself is in an orbital nighttime. Again, we'll see several changes we'll see several sunrises and sunsets today during the spacewalk, as it currently flies 265 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Okay, green hook for EV2, handrail 204.
Okay, good work, Sultan. And while you're paused here, just a reminder, actually for both of you, for the helmet lights, if you push the button multiple times, you might get one light, two light, and then they'll go off. So if the light seems dim, you may not have both lights on.
Thank you, Ann.
And Sultan, you're going to continue out along S6. When you see WIF 9, you're going to take a right, and you're going to see handrail 2024, and that's going to be just on the inboard side of the BCDU. So you're just going to head straight across. Just on the inboard side of the BCDU.
Copy that, sir.
And Steve, you're just heading out to where you were before to drop your green hook on 2003, and then head straight all the way outboard. And then head straight all the way outboard.
And I'm working on that now. There it is.
Yeah, and that short handrail there, Sultan, is 2025, and then it'll be a kind of a reach around to the other side, and then you can go outboard, and you're going to be looking for your S6 with 15. And Sultan, one more body orientation reminder. When you get out to S6 and you find WIF 15, we'd like you to position your body over the IEA and ensure that your safety tether is on the IEA side of that WIF. And there's two WIFs there. WIF 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator.
Right, copy. I see WIF 15.
And Sultan, because that APFR was in a different configuration than we expected when you picked it up, we're going to have you verify the settings. And so when you're ready for the settings, let me know. You are going to be installing it at clocking of 12.
We're at 12.
All right, green hook on 2003. My tether gets snarled in my APFR. Interesting.
All right, good word, Steve. I understand you got your green hook down. You're going to head all the way outboard so you can't go anymore and take a right after the IEA, and you're heading around to S6 with 31.
31 S6 on my way.
Yeah, and I see Papa Papa, and on the all I see call currently and ready for the settings.
Okay, your full settings are going to be 12 Papa Papa Fox 8. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
All right, 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 in work.
In a brief, loss of signal with the International Space Station as our spacewalkers continue today's spacewalk, now 1 hour and 18 minutes since they switched their suits to battery power.
Back with you after a handover, so if you called it, I missed it. We've got Sultan working 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 and WIF 15, and Steve, you're heading to WIF 31.
I am heading to WIF 31. All right, WIF 31 is here.
Okay, and I have good installation. With full twist test. Check on the knob.
And Sultan, we got a copy of the good pull twist test and just looking for black on black.
It is black on black, sorry, yes. So black on black, we have it. Clicking on the
Okay,
knob.
copy.
And slot and complete the test.
Good check, thank you. And can you confirm 12 Papa Papa Fox 8?
It's affirmative. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
Copy, good work. You can hang out and take a couple pictures while Steve gets his APFR installed. Steve, you've got settings of 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Fox, Fox, Fox 2. Okay.
And Sultan, as you are taking pictures, I will also take a glove inspection, HAP check, and just double checking your gauntlets are in place, please.
We'll do that.
And again, for Steve, your settings are 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Okay, and I have nominal gloves, no change, dry hat, and my guns is still down.
Good word, Sultan. And after Steve has APFR in, we'll be heading to the cable routing and the mod kit. And just a reminder, you do have cuff pages if you want to read about it first.
Right, copy that.
As the astronauts install their articulating portable foot restraints, they will then begin moving on to the next task, one of the major tasks today, which is routing cables in preparation for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays.
I see. There. Okay. You're clocking at 6.
In this view from Sultan Anayari's helmet camera, on the left, on his left glove, you can see a small, what looks like a notebook that includes some reference information.
Affirmative. Fox 2.
Yeah, I got Fox. Go to 2. Okay, 6 Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Copy, Steve. And did we get a full twist and black on black?
Twist, pull, black on black. That's it.
Copy and verify the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
All right, hold on, I'll get on the other side. Alright, knob is locked and can be depressed.
Copy, good word, Steve. That completes the installation, and so we'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlets, please.
Tap is dry, gloves look good.
Copy, good glove, Steve. So we can now, for both of you, move over to the 1B cable routing. Steve, you're going to go directly to the left side of the mod kit. Sultan, as you go outboard past Steve's APFR, you're going to do a fair lead on the short handrail on the radiator side of the IEA. It's handrail 2061, and again, it'll be off to your right side on the radiator side.
Let's copy that in and work.
For both of you, as you go out there, a couple of reminders about the mod kit. We don't want to translate simultaneously on the mod kit. We want to keep translation rates lower than 3 seconds per foot, and then avoid cyclic loading into the mod kit.
Copy?
Copy that now.
And for both of you, for your awareness, you got a happy team down here. You are slightly ahead of timeline.
Oh, it's good to know. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Sultan, I am trying to track my tethers. I seem to have lost sight of them.
See it, and it's clear up to the anchor hook. I don't see the anchor hook, obviously, but it's going that way, and it's clear for my tether. And,
I think it's behind me.
oh, sorry, you mean body, all right. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Can you help me do a quick...
If you can, yeah, just keep your feet low and keep rotating counterclockwise as you're doing.
Quick counterclockwise?
Feet towards the IEA, please. Towards the IEA, towards structure. Yeah, continue. Your feet down, bring your feet down. No, unwind just for 20 degrees. Continue. And try to lift them a little bit, lift your feet. Okay, now bring them down. And then do counterclockwise rotation. Yes. No, stop.
Excellent. Thank you.
See it?
I have it, yes.
I think it's still behind your flash.
No, it's right here.
All right, see it. Okay. And am I translating inboard of that APFR or outboard towards the radiators?
Checking. And Sultan, you want to stay on the IEA side of Steve's APFR, and then just past the APFR is where you're going to kind of drop and look down on the radiator side, and that's where you'll see the short handrail 2061, and it should be up and down, so kind of perpendicular to the radiator orientation.
Thank you, and I was just checking to avoid some cables on the APFR. So I don't want to shoot that.
Copy. And Steve, as you get out there, your first location target is going to be the left lower strut and the cable routing.
Left lower strut cable routing. Thing over there.
And if you see an all-white cable, then you're in the right place.
I see an all-white cable come to the center, and then connect it next to the barber pole cable.
Copy. That is your bundle. So you're going to retrieve and route that left IROSA cable bundle. First, wire tying it to the left mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie. And for both of you on these cables, I just want to draw your attention to the wing tabs where the the cables are connected to themselves, and we want to make sure that when we finish that they stay connected to themselves.
Understand.
Do that.
This is Mission Control Houston, coming up on 1 hour and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Sultan, the idea with that fair lead is just to keep the tether off to the right side. If you see a better place to fair lead that tether, you can. We think that 2061 is a good spot, but if it's hard to get to, then you can look for another location.
Copy that, Dan. Yeah.
Both crew members have moved to the S6 or Starboard 6 portion of the International Space Station. They're going to be starting on the first major task of today's spacewalk, which is to route these cables to prepare for future installation of solar arrays.
Hey, Sultan.
Hi, so
See where my safety tether comes in? Here. So my left
in front of you.
extender.
One point. Okay, see it is clear, Steve, right?
Okay, well, no. Now watch. So my left waist, there's my left D-ring extender.
All right, yeah, it's...
What's the angle on?
You can swap your waist tethers and release the one you're hooked in now.
Okay.
Swap with another local and then, yeah, release that one.
Okay, then this one
Okay.
sounds clear.
Then your session end effector is also catching that tether. Release it and just bring it on the red. Release it. Okay.
All clear now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
The left side cables.
And Sultan, we see you get into the work site as well. Just note for your guys' awareness, we have Sultan's helmet cam. We don't have Steve's at the moment. So Sultan, if that is the red barber pulled cables, then you have the right ones. And your first step is to wire tie those to the right mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie.
Right, I see the right cable, and I see size 1 Bravo with a Sharpie line.
And we have both cameras back, and Sultan, those are good words. That's the right one. And just a reminder, as you're routing these, the wire ties will go to the mid-strut handrails that are pre-stage, and then all of the slack will be back toward the mass canister on the long handrail.
Copy.
In this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera in the background, you can see Sultan Al Nayati, both astronauts now at the S6 truss working to route cables that will be used upon installation of future IROSAs. Those are International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The modification kits that they're working on were installed on a previous spacewalk.
All right. 3 turns on the mid and heading to the aft.
We copy the wire tie on the mid-strut and heading toward the mass canister.
Okay, and I have the same on the mid-strut and the pre-stage wire tie. I've got 3 twists into the long handrail.
Copy 3 twists on the mid-strut handrail, and you two are heading slack outboard to the mass canister long handrail with long wire ties.
All right. Long wire ties all the way out.
In this view from both astronauts' helmet cameras, you can get a glimpse at that mirror that they wear on their wrist. The panel on the astronaut's spacesuit, it's on the front of their spacesuit, and all of the dials.
Integrated wire tie, or we use something from RT Caddy?
And Sultan, you could use the long wire tie that's there integrated on the cable.
Oh, thanks.
And that's 3 turns. In the aft, try to make it look pretty.
And as you tack those down, just one final check for you both to ensure that the no wing tabs were knocked and that the cables are still connected to themselves.
Wing tabs are still in place.
Same on the right side as well. And I have 3 twists on the wire tie, the long handrail.
Okay, copy. Good work. So the next step for both of you is to go to your respective upper strut. So Steve on the left upper strut, and you're going to be right toward the center pad, so just up from where you are. And Sultan to the right upper strut to the MLI gap near the center pad.
Upper strut, center pad.
Can you tell me when you're done translating?
Yep, give me 1 second. I will be done.
And good call, Sultan, keeping people happy down here. And just a reminder, you do have photos of this area on your cuff pages if you need a reference.
All right. And Sultan, I think I'm in a good position.
All right. Thanks.
In the background of this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, you can see the curvature of the Earth as we prepare for an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station.
All right, Steve, you're going to be closing the MLI gap that's near the center pad. You can use integral MLI wire ties or wire ties from your BRT as needed. And if needed, ensure the flap side of the MLI wraps underneath the non-flap side before securing with the integrals. And we want to just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Okay, I understand.
And if you look just past your work site, you will see a beautiful sunrise about to happen if you need to adjust visors accordingly.
I do. I do see a beautiful sunrise.
That sunrise coming 1 hour and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk as the station is flying over the North Pacific Ocean.
And I'm up with the right mid-strut to mountain bracket. That is okay.
And Sultan, say again, you said you're at the mid-strut?
Yeah, the upper strut is workplace for Steve now. I don't want to go there. It's busy. I'm saying I want to start with the right mid-strut to the mountain bracket station.
So we're not anticipating that the right mid-strut on this side needs to be looked at, but you can on the upper strut on the other side near the mounting bracket. You can go toward where the M14 bolts are. So it's just on the left side of the upper bolts. So if you pull the square MLI with the 2 bolt holes over the M14 bolt boss.
Okay, copy that.
And I think I'm complete with this MLI if you all want to take a quick look. I see no metal showing.
And Steve, we're taking a look at that right now. We'll also take your call. The right upper strut is kind of right in front of you. If you're in a good position to get both of them, you can.
Yeah, let me get that one too.
Right now, both astronauts are modifying some MLI, multi-layer insulation, on the modification kit. This view in Steve Bowen's helmet camera, and to the right of your screen you can see Emirati astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati.
And Sultan, we're talking about the MLI down here. So on that mid-strut, we expected that the MLI to be out of config at those two bolts that are right in front of you. It actually looks like they're pretty good. But right by your right hand, it looks like there's an MLI flap sticking up on that strut. So we're just wondering if you could maybe adjust those wire ties and get that flap more securely down on the whole mid-strut.
I copy that. I just did this mid-strut 2 bolts, and single wire tie is secured under them. You're saying there is a flap on my right-hand side that you need to be secured?
So now it's off to kind of your left, but wherever you see a flap sticking up, you can go ahead and tack it down.
Right, I see it.
That in, and how does that look on the other side? That's right there. Expand a little bit more.
And Steve, those look pretty good. If you can just kind of back up a little bit and give us a good HECA scan, and then we'll move on to the left mid-strut.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so that looks metal exposed.
And for Steve, we're good with the MLI on the upper struts. Nice work. So you can move on to the left mid-strut. We expect there was an MLI gap between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. But similar words to what I gave Sultan, if you see other MLI that looks out of config, we would love it if you could snug it up a little bit. But we're expecting the left mid-strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Mid-strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. All right, I'll take a look.
And Sultan, I see you kind of working the collar bolts on that strut. That's definitely a little bit out of config, especially on the mass canister side. So we'll definitely take a good cinch up on that one. And for both of you, if it's possible after we fix the MLI to not translate on it, that would be preferable. Thanks.
Yeah, trying to work on that.
And on this mid-strut to upper strut, I see no metal exposed. And I'm not sure about the mid-strut middle area, the one you pointed just now. To me, from this side is covered. Do you have a view on it, Steve, from this side?
There's a gap on this side.
Okay.
You may have to come inside to look at that. How does mine look, by the way, since you were looking across at me?
Yours is covered. I didn't see any that point, but between the two wire ties, the middle is exposed from here.
Okay.
About now, Steve.
Hold on, I'm not in a good spot. A second. I still can't see it. Hold on.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. The fourth spacewalk of the year, 8th for Steve Bowen and the first for Sultan Al-Nayati. We are in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Expect to regain communications shortly. The astronauts are now working on routing. They've completed their cable routing portion of this specific mod kit work. They are now working on the MLI, or the multi-layer insulation, ensuring it's properly placed to protect the hardware itself. After the astronauts complete the work on the 1B MLI, they will move over to the 1A mod kit and continue the same type of multi-layer insulation work. There won't be any cable routing necessary at that mod kit, but at the completion of this work, the astronauts will have prepared these areas for future solar array installation later this summer.
Mine looks so fine. Is that covered? I'm going to take a look at yours.
Yours is covered, but still between these wire ties, only
I think you can add a long wire tie in there to hold this down.
I can give you...
I got one. I'll get it. Don't worry. Take a look at yours. Yours looks like it's covered now.
And Sultan, we're back with you after the handover. And Sultan, we appreciate the good, thorough inspection on the right mid-strut. So as Steve, as you continue to work that left mid-strut, Sultan, you can move to the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Right. I have one on my side, right?
There is one on your side. There's kind of one in the center, one on the left, and one on the right. So the expected config when you get there is that they're going to be pulled down and in the little J hook. We just want you to pull it out, release the soft capture, and then re-engage the soft capture. Just for your awareness, we are back with you on voice. We don't have video quite yet.
Okay.
In the center of your view here is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, serving as the ground IV. She's the one you hear speaking directly with the astronauts on the International Space Station on the spacewalk. They communicate with McClain alone to ensure streamlined communication, not too many voices coming from the room. To her left is Costa Madrivis. He is communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station who are continuing to go through their workday.
Yeah, get a long wire tie on there with 3 twists.
For both of you, just a status. You're at 2 hours, or just about at 2 hours PET, and you're still slightly ahead of timeline.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, how does that look now? Look pretty good? The right arm, okay. On which strut, my strut or the mid strut?
The mid strut. It was on the mid strut, right hand. In the new wire tie and the corner between the mid and the upper strut.
Right in here.
Yeah, right there. It's really tiny if you can touch the flat.
Yeah, I think if I gotta get in there to do that though. All right, give me a second.
And Steve, good catch. We were just looking at the same thing. And Sultan?
That one might benefit from. So Sultan, from your angle, does that close up back yet?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so I should put another wire tie there. All right, that'll take a second.
And Sultan, correction to my last answer, you asked about the soft capture features. There's one on your side, and then 2 are kind of tended more over toward Steve's side on the bottom of the mounting bracket.
You want me to do all 3?
We do need to do all 3.
Okay, I'll do that.
Astronauts continue working on the multi-layer insulation.
Sure.
The Trying to get around the corner here.
This multi-layer insulation protects the modification kits where future solar arrays will be installed. And that view that we had from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, International Space Station, flying over Illinois.
Okay, all three soft capture handles are recycled.
Copy, thank you.
Thank you, Sultan.
And Sultan, so the last thing we'll take from you is a HECA scan of all MLI. Anything you could see on the right side and on Steve's side. We just want to make sure there's no gaps in the mid and upper struts and that the mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Okay, I'm scanning the upper strut now. Then the other side that I can't see covered. Upper strut.
And Steve, as you finish up, same thing. Same thing from you, Steve. Just a good HECA scan of any of the MLI pieces that you can see, and a verification that there's no MLI on the mounting bracket.
There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. How's that for a scan so far? Go upwards to the mid. This one up.
We appreciate the views. We are talking about it. All right, gentlemen, good news. You did so good on this one that we're going to head to 1A and do the same thing.
All right.
Copy.
And before translating, please a glove inspection, HAP check, and a gauntlet check from both.
All right, let me get back down on the structure here, and then I'll do that.
I'm ready to close the inspection. So on my left hand, I see a rubber RTV. On my index finger is closed. My right hand, no change, but blood is fine. My head is up down still.
Okay, Sultan, we copy your left index finger, and you can confirm that that's only the RTV.
All right, my gloves.
The astronauts are conducting a glove and HAP check. They took a look at their gloves often to report the status.
We copy, Steve. Reminder on your way to 1A to pick up.
Dry.
Good check, half dry. And reminder, Steve, to pick up the wire tie caddy on your way.
Thank you. I will do that.
Again, we just saw those glove checks. The astronauts.
I do.
It's clear?
It's clear.
Thanks.
You can come back this way and follow me.
Is it already over the box?
It's already over the box.
Okay.
Get ready for me to grab before we can move on.
Astronauts are periodically asked to take a look at their gloves to ensure there is no major damage. Additionally, they are asked for a HAP check. That's a helmet absorption pad. They're able to lean their head back and feel that helmet absorption pad to ensure there's no liquid in the helmet. This is Mission Control Houston. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have just completed the work at the 1B mod kit after routing some cables and modifying the multi-layer insulation. They'll now head over to the 1A mod kit, where they will do the same installation work as previously.
All right, I have the wire tie caddy ready for me.
Copy. Your next stop for both of you will be to pick up your green hook from yours from 2003, Sultan's from 2004.
Okay, green hooks are next.
Copy.
Let me tuck this down behind my mini workstation.
These beautiful views coming from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Today is Bowen's 8th spacewalk. Looking down below, the International Space Station just flew over Puerto Rico. You can also see the solar arrays stretching out from the International Space Station.
So as you come up to your green hooks, after you pick them up, you're going to be moving nadir, kind of down towards your feet, the way you're oriented right now, next to the A-frame to get over to the 1A side.
Okay. This side of the A-frame? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we recommend outboard of the A-frame.
Make sure and clear your feather. Okay, green hook back on.
We copy Steve's green hook.
And for E2 as well, green hook back on the clear.
Okay, copy. This is going to be a little bit of an orientation change, but as you're going to go down towards your feet outboard of the A-frame, and then you're going to continue inboard, and you're going to end up with EV1. Steve, you'll be on the right side of the mod kit, and Sultan on the left.
Be on the right, you'll be on the left. And down. Okay, so I am on the right side.
And Steve, we see you arriving there. Your first target is going to be the right mid-strut. That's the first one that we think may be problematic. And you're going to open the MLI fastened around the mid-strut collar bolt and reset it.
Okay.
The astronauts have now arrived at their next work site. They will begin securing the multi-layer insulation around the 1A mod kit.
Sultan, your first target is going to be the center pad of the left upper strut, so kind of the area that Steve worked out at the other area. And Steve, on that right mid-strut, there's both the collar bolts we think are problematic, and then the area between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Okay, let's take a look.
In this view, you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen on the left, easy to identify thanks to the red stripes on his spacesuit. On the right is UAE astronaut Sultan Al Nayati. He's wearing an unmarked suit, but if you look closely, you can also see the Emirati flag on his left shoulder.
And Sultan, as you get up there, our suggestions, you can either reposition those integrals as you're working, if you need to use wire ties from your BRT, and ensure that that flap side is under the flatter side.
Let's copy that on. I'm opening the whole thing and I'll start to.
The multi-layer insulation that these astronauts are securing today helps protect the structures that are on the International Space Station. They are exposed to extreme varying heat and cold while outside in the vacuum of space. And this multi-layer insulation helps protect against any extra stresses that those temperatures can cause.
Sultan, we're taking a look at the MLI. The MLI that's on the back of your right hand right now, that flap, we think that that needs to be laid down first, so it needs to be underneath.
Talking about the mid-strut?
Yeah, that's correct. That flap that's kind of underneath the, yeah, that one needs to go down first. That's right.
Understood. Thanks.
And you may be able to kind of pull those integral ties around the strut, and then before laying down the second one.
Okay, thanks.
And Sultan, we know that one's a little bit challenging, and that there may be some metal exposed. You may need to use a wire tie. If you do, just a reminder not to put the wire tie over the actual collar bolt, but or over the actual bolt, but put it on one side or the other.
Let's copy.
Output power LED is on, but the white LED on the back of the laptop is not on.
Okay, and how does that look?
And Steve, that is buttoned up nicely. You got to go from the MUR on that one. So if, on your side, we can have you move to the right side of the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Okay.
Yeah, Stephen, I think you saw it as you went by on that mid-strut by the mounting bracket side. It looks like the inside of that MLI is open.
Yep. Look at that. Let me cycle this one, and then I'll hear that.
Thank you.
All right, that's cycled and back in the J. Almost back there it is. Now it's back in J. Yeah, let me get a better angle on that to fix it. Let's come up with it.
And I don't know if you see a view on my camera, but long wire tie on the section of the mid-strut.
And Sultan, that looks good to us right now. I appreciate that. And so, Sultan, if you would just take a look along that whole left mid-strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Or
Let's see if this looks better.
Good work on that, Steve. We're looking at the images. While we have you right there, just to your right side, there's a soft capture feature. So we saw you grab the middle one, and I think you're going for it. That we'll need to grab that soft capture feature on the right side and make sure it's in the J-hook.
That one's in the J-hook. And
so that's the middle one, and yeah, there's one kind of over.
Yep, I see it now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and deal with this MLI a little bit more.
Okay, copy.
I want to stay in the J here. I pulled it down. I had to cycle it in. Got it that time. I think I have to go back and take a little look at this thing.
Okay, copy. Thanks. And Sultan, when as you move off of there, oh, you got all three of them. Okay, thank you. So for Sultan, we can take a HECA scan of any of the MLI and structures that you see on any of the struts and ensuring that the whole mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
but it didn't work. But the heating port between the mid strut and the strut are covered now. No metal exposed.
Sultan, can you see this strut over here? Your side?
Is it?
Can you see the strut over here? Your side?
No, it's covered.
It's covered now?
Yeah. And on the upper strut, I see good MLI. I don't see any exposed metal except for the screw. Covered, but I can that tighter, but I don't see any metal exposed.
Okay, we copy. So as we await the
that's not good.
as we await the final. Yeah, we copy. We're waiting.
And looking at the cables that they've got here, I think I need to go back and redo that whole section.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he continues to cover the mod kit structure with multi-layer insulation.
Left side.
It's a good view.
Exposed.
Good view. We're going to keep looking.
His view to the left side.
And Sultan, the flap that's right in front of you, that you're kind of the one you're playing with, we may ask it to, we will ask you to put a wire tie around that, please.
The end work.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes since the spacewalkers switched their suits to internal battery power, kicking off the start of today's spacewalk.
Yeah, we're looking at the views now.
Steve,
Steve, while you're paused right there, the next thing we'll need is a wire tie count on the caddy.
Yep, hold on. I'm going to pull this one piece that's hold it down here now. Okay. Hey, wire tie caddy. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long, 2 short. And I used the long and the short from my BOT.
And Steve, sorry, can you repeat the quantities again?
It's 7 long, short. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, 7 long, 2 short.
7 long, 2 short. We are there with you. We appreciate that count.
And like I said, I used 2, 1 long, 1 short from my BOT.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we've talked about the high priority areas, and we are happy with all of the MLI fixes in the high priority areas. We have one area that we'd like you to take a look at if you think you can get there without translating on the nicely tacked up MLI, and that's on the upper strut near the mass canister, the areas that you worked out at the 1B, Steve. On the left side, we think that the MLI might be open just a little bit.
Left side, upper strut. Okay, let me get back up there. Up here, actually looks pretty good. Look around. Push that left side, I think looks pretty good, maybe from the inside.
Copy. Yeah, if you get a good look on both those.
What do you think? I think the upper strut looks pretty good.
And Steve, are you able to get an eye on both the left and the right uppers?
Yeah, just did here's the left, let me go look at the right.
And I'll tell you the kind of problematic area that we're looking at is the left upper strut, but kind of on the back side from where you're looking at, so on the mass canister side, and just if you can try to get eyes on it. It's kind of the area that you worked out at the 1B.
Okay, let me take another look out here. Okay, I'm looking at both sides of this left upper strut. That looks good. The right upper strut up at the top. Let me go take a look up at the very top here. Yeah, I can probably tighten that. I see what you're talking about now.
Copy. Thanks, Steve.
A second to get sure.
2 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk, and we are in a handover of satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. The astronauts continue to work on securing MLI, multi-layer installation, on the modification kit. This comes after completing some cable routing as well as additional MLI installation.
Back with you after the handover. We're about 5 minutes to a sunset, and Sultan, we just wanted to send you a quick note. We were looking at your helmet lights, and we think your left side helmet light may not have been on in the last eclipse if you want to use it.
All right, copy.
The modification kits where the astronauts are working today are where we will have future IROSAs, International Space Station rollout solar arrays installed.
I don't know if you see a view of my camera.
We see it now. That looks beautiful. Thank you.
Four new IROSAs have been installed on the International Space Station.
Copy. Good work. Thank you, Steve. And for both of you, we can kind of back off of the mod kit and take a look at all of it.
All right, quickly before the sun goes down, that's the upper struts.
And as you guys get reset off of that work site, Sultan, just a couple systems notes for you. We're about 10 minutes from where the O2 sensor readings had been seen to be erratic before, so just for your awareness. And also just for your awareness, we think that your helmet lights came detached from your helmet and they're being held on by the strap. There's no action needed for you, but just letting you know that it might be a little bit wobbly.
Okay, copy that. Keep an eye on it.
And Stephen Sultan, we just got word from the MER. They are happy with your MLI work on 1 Alpha, so that will complete this task.
Okay.
Yes, thanks.
So to get done with this work site, Steve will have you hand the wire tie caddy to Sultan, and Sultan, you'll just carry it on your MWS, and that bayonet fitting might keep it a little bit tighter onto your MWS. And for both of you, glove, hat, and gauntlets before translation, please.
Yep.
Right, copy.
Just open the front and slide it in.
Q reps.
Want to drop it back? If I can get it. Hold on. I am amongst your feathers here, so let's not get too crossed. Stop leading off to the left. You're heading back to the right.
Do you want me to go ahead of you and then pose?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to do that.
I can do it. I'll just pick up my local and then I'll head.
Let me double check where mine is. Okay. Let me get low so you can get by me. All right, go ahead, bye. All right, just hung up on something. Hold on.
Yeah,
There you go. I'll put it on a handrail.
And for the translation, this is where you'll kind of change positions as you get to where your green hooks were. So Sultan, our recommendation is that you lead back out to 2004, and then Steve follow him out to where your green hooks were, and then Steve will lead the translation back in. Big picture, Steve, your next task is arm setup, and Sultan, yours is ESP2 setup.
All right, copy. I'm at 2004.
Okay, let me get up there and swap myself around. All right. I'll start in back.
Yeah, follow.
And before translation, can we get a glove and a hat from both of you?
I'm sorry. Both gloves look good. Half is dry.
Copy. Thanks, Steve.
And for EV2, no change on the gloves. For EV2, no change on the gloves, and half is dry.
Okay, copy. Thank you. So, Steve, you'll lead the translation in. You're heading to the port CETA cart. And you will leave your anchors right where they are. So you're going to pass the anchors. And Sultan, you're going to be heading into the ESP2 work site. So you're going to follow Steve until you get to the CETA spur, and then you're going to go down the CETA spur.
All right, so follow Steve until the spur, then we'll head down to the ESP2.
Good words, and you're actually going to go down the CETA spur, and we're going to have you fair lead near the port airlock toolbox when you get down there, and this would also be a good time to turn on the GoPro.
Copy.
Coming up on 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Both spacewalkers have accomplished the first major task of today, which is routing cables and modifying/securing MLI, multi-layer insulation, to the mod kits where future IROSA arrays will be installed. The astronauts are now translating to their next work site.
As you translate, you're sitting at about 2 hours and 45 minutes PET, and you're about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. And we just got the call that all the inhibits are placed for RFG, so we are going to pursue that task.
The next task is for the astronauts to retrieve the RFG.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around here.
I think it's close on the cables.
Hold on. I think it's clear.
Yep.
Oh, but that's going on.
It's behind, yeah, clear now.
Okay. Okay, make sure this doesn't go behind me again. Okay, hold on, Sultan. Let me get I know a spot here.
Again, the next task for our spacewalkers is to retrieve the radio frequency group. This is part of the S-band antenna. The S-band antenna is our critical command and data link to and from the space station. Of course, we do have redundancy, but the RFG is the brains, essentially.
The wires. Sultan, can you go back and unhook mine? Get grabbed onto something back there.
The radio frequency group houses the electronics, high gain and low gain antennas on the S-band system.
Don't grab back. Can you follow that back a little bit?
The astronauts will remove the RFG and bring it inside the space station.
Okay.
You see, the wire is folded, so it's caught back on something. So if you follow it back a little bit, you'll see what it's hooked on.
Okay, let me span it. On the Opinion 10. Okay. Advise, please.
Yep.
Okay, it's opinion 10, and it's coming your way.
I see it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Problem.
All right, so your tether currently goes behind me. I need to get it up and over my head somehow.
Stand by until I come closer to you.
Yeah. Actually, it goes behind me.
So where we want it for the next setup for these tethers, just for awareness, is Sultan should go from the anchor down to a fair lead by the port airlock toolbox. And Steve, yours will go from the anchor to a fair lead that you're going to put on the lab strut.
Yep. All right, so Sultan, the way to solve this problem, because your tether goes behind me, but it's underneath my safety tether. So if you can let me get, okay, so let's get it up. I'm going to go down, get over my head, then I'll come up and then we'll clear the last bit. Okay?
Okay, are they crossed now, or just behind?
Yeah, they're crossed now. So can you get your tether up from behind me and above, put it back above me?
Can you go a little bit neither as well?
What?
Yeah. Towards me, just a little bit towards me.
I don't know. Let's see.
Be clear now.
Okay.
See it in front of you.
Let me get back up here and take a look.
It's clear.
Right now, I press 2, and that'll be fine.
I agree.
Okay.
As our astronauts continue to translate to the next work site, the International Space Station is flying 261 statute miles over the Indian Ocean west of Australia. As you can see in the view, the astronauts do have lights on their helmet to help them work during these nighttime passes.
All right, Steve, you're going to go under the MT to the port seater cart, and you're going to be looking for the APFR in the top left WIF, which is WIF 3, and it should have an ingress 8 on it.
Right.
And I'm going to go down the super spur now.
And copy, Sultan. Yep, you're going to head down the CETA spur, and then you can turn on the GoPro, and you're going to fair lead on the port WIF near the port airlock toolbox. And when you pause, I have a couple words for you on your glove.
Copy that.
Hey, WIF 3 is the one that's currently in the middle on the swing arm, correct?
Yes, WIF 3, which is...
And it's set. Papa, Papa.
That's correct. Papa Pampa, and then we ask that you don't change the pitch setting for translation, and you can stow that on your BRT. And the final settings for that one are 12 Papa Papa Fox 6 for the arm, and you can set that any time between here and there.
Okay.
This view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he picks up an APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. As overheard, he'll stow that on his BRT, the body restraint tether. He'll then attach it to the Canadarm2, which will be used during the next task when they remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, and prepare to bring it inside the space station.
And I'm going to go up to clear Steve's safety tether. Now it's came under my legs.
And Sultan, we see you trying to clear that safety tether. Let us know if you need any assistance.
Yeah, before making this worse, I just want to see where are they wrapped. They cross behind my place, but I want to go down and take it.
All right, I might be able to help you out here. Just grab the HFR.
No problem, Steve.
And yeah, Steve, we'd like you to head back a little bit outboard to the other side and see if you can help clear that.
Okay, let me down the lap strut and my fair lead, and then I'll go help him. That's okay?
Yeah, we concur with that plan.
Okay. And it's the starboard strut I'm supposed to go down?
It's the
And fair lead.
on the on the starboard lab strut handrail.
Didn't work. It'll take a second. Where are you right now?
I'm at Cedar Spur.
Okay, I'll be up in a second.
Just wanted to see where your tether is routed. Is it behind my place or?
Let me get my adjustment.
I just wait for you. I think it's behind my place.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay. Steve, I think we're clear.
Okay, let me check. Let me get my,
Yeah, I was right behind my PGT somehow.
All right, so you got it cleared.
You see it?
Not yet.